I... Oh, again, it's been about a week or two. Not as long as the last break, but goodness me, this term is something else. Um, let's boot up. Let's boot up Ace Attorney and get away from it. Make sure that the stream is functioning. Yes, it is. When we left off, we got to the second day of investigation. I have thoughts, but because I haven't been playing consistently, those thoughts are very scattered and at the back of my mind, so I'm just gonna have to wait and see how things play out, I suppose. Oh, this room. It has been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So, is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikudaba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why he went back to Japan. Because of the telegram he received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh? You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About... you know who. About Kazuma. What? Wait. Oh, was it about his mission? 1 minute, 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 1 minute. I don't remember what the letter said. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Thinking back, that spade's been in here since we first moved in, hasn't it? I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging, not for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. Great spade shovel war rages on. Oh, I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruhodo. Which you'd think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not keen on bitter flavors, but it's Susato-san's tea. And it's amazing what a little cake or something on the side can do. I would dearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose that's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London. Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with my tea. They go wonderfully. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you would, wouldn't you? That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. You have water gently boiling on the stove, I see. It feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. We have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying for gas. It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire is burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It wouldn't be a matter. It could be a matter of life and death. Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death too, if you ask me. Oh well, perhaps a nice cup of tea would warm you up later. I see your Dharma still only has one eye filled in. Well, we agreed that it's something we'd do together, didn't we? We could do it right now if you like. I'd be happy with that. I rather like the anticipation, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. I imagine in the Japanese text that actually makes a reference to some promise, but... Oh, that's the quote from last time, yeah! That was taken when I left London, wasn't it? I have the same photograph on display in my room at home in Japan, you know. I wondered if we'd ever be all back together again, to be honest. Oh, I know. So did I. But here we are, and I'm quite sure there's a reason we've been brought back together. I can't deny that having Susato-san back again makes me feel as though fate has something big in store for us. You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses. But Miss Susato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed. Still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm lawyer here. I left your desk completely untouched, Miss Susato, so it would be ready for you whenever you returned. It's beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. You've been cleaning it in my absence, Mr. Naruhodo. Whatever next? Well, I couldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I? It really is exactly as it was when I left. I'm so touched. But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was too. Well, that's how it should be after all. Oh dear, I'd forgotten how clean cuts... Oh dear, I'd forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming. The relationship between Naruhodo and Susato is very different in this game. The 6 months really has made a difference. Your room through there should be exactly as you left it. I've still never been inside. I've never been invited. And it's going to be covered in dust. Of course not. Only Iris is allowed in my room. No doubt I'll be hearing you two giggling away now again, then. I'm so pleased to see all our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium. Yes, the prawns are still swimming and the anemones are still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. They're like part of the family now. I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based off some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? She had a connection to the case, is all I can think of. Or heard it from her dad, who heard it from Dr. Wilson himself. Oh, it sounds so exciting! The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh. I'm only sorry. I have had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. New music, punk you. Well, did they play this music when we saw the... What was it again? It was a piece of... It was a diamond or something, right? Or like a piece of jewellery or a pocket watch, and it was covered in blood. What the hell? My memory is so bad. This is objection-esque. The melody is so different though, but it still feels the same. Okay, I take back everything I said about them not going all out on the soundtrack for this game. If we start seeing more pieces of this dank level, I am slightly sad that they didn't make a new version of the courtroom themes, though. It didn't even have to be like completely different. It could have been like modified, just to be fresh. But if they make up with it for other stuff, I'm not fussed. Wow, this is a lot of evidence to present. Oh, and this is going to have dialogue as well, right? I'm right in thinking that these scales are a symbol of the defense in law, aren't they? They're supposed to symbolize treating everything equally and fairly. That's why they're always in the middle, balanced, equal measures on both sides. Recently, though, whenever I see a set of scales, I can only think of the enormous scales of justice. That's entirely understandable. They are such a powerful symbol in the courtroom, aren't they? And the thing about the scales of justice is, they're always leaning one way or the other. They're only ever in balance right at the start. It must be something peculiar to the British. I'm afraid I can't shed any light on it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's very fine embroidery here that shows the name of the armband's owner. In this case, Kazuma Asogi. So I'm always carrying my best friend's hopes and dreams with me on my right arm, just here. All the time. To be honest, it's something that weighs very heavily on me. Oh, I didn't realize it was such a burden, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I think it's why my right shoulder aches so much. Are you sure that's not to do with you reading in bed or the like? The Reaper attacked. Naruhodo said he recognized this mask dude. But I just can't think of any, like, characters who it could feasibly, in any, like, reasonable world be. It's the kingpins of the criminal underworld generally managing to escape. Oh. It's the kingpins of the criminal underworld generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. And this isn't the first time their henchmen have tried to attack Lord Van Zykes as a result, by the sound of it. Makes you think, if that's how the justice system works in London, then there must be dark forces at work. Would you have known at first sight that this was a crossbow, Susato, without needing to examine it and press a button just to realise? No, I didn't think so either. How do I examine it? Why can't I examine it? That's why it's been so long. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. What the? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. Oh. Oh. Give me some dialogue. I want dialogue. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right. It's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring 2 times out of 3. In fact, if I'd had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma in Kudo archery training. Well, he certainly will never beat me in the speaking competition, at least. Damn it, it looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like it before. Applying Mr. Sholmes' methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. The charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Or maybe not. Let's read this autopsy report again. 2:20 p.m. That's gonna be important. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart. A sharp implement. They can't determine if that was post-mortem and like in Bridge to the Turnabout. The Fall, that is, I'm referring to. Who is the actor in here then? It can't be. It can't be Enoch Drebber, who is down in amongst smoke. It does tell us that there is somebody who looks like the victim, which is a big problem because it could mean many things. Like, in terms of the crime that the victim committed previously, just generally having a body double is kind of crazy. Right. Do I talk to Susato first, or... Yeah. There we go. Oh, Susato voice isn't too hard, thankfully. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes, since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it, don't you, Rono? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false moustache, maybe. I don't think any moustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mr. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotaba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with the convict's loot that we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right, the very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. She knows about the Hound of Baskerville's case because that dog collar is linked to the Hound of Baskerville's case, and her father is linked to the Hound of Baskerville's case, and that's why he had this reaction to seeing something from the Hound of the Baskerville's case. And then because he knew about the Hound of the Baskerville's case, he told Susato about the Hound of the Baskerville's case, and therefore Susato knew the name of the book. Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie! That's a very meaningful look Susato-san giving Iris there. Yeah, let's do that then. Thank you, game, for giving me a nice order to do things in. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and... Now I forgot what voice I gave him. "Susato, what are you doing?" Oh no, it was supposed to be like a... "Susato, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?" Oh, Father. "Did you look at those papers?" No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it. Certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? I tried to do like a deep male version of Susato's voice just to make it easy, but he's probably going to be in another case, right? He seems too important in this game, whereas in the first game he was kind of whatever. I'll have to go back and watch his voice in the first case of this game when he comes up. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. Dun, 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 dun. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan. My father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours, when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes. I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy to never see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. Won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. Yeah, it is like the Ministry of Justice's big thing for the Great Exhibition. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself, with the help of his permanent secretary, his principal private secretary, a few under-secretaries. But we just call it his project. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
Oh.
I do like the the way that Shutakumi talks about the British government. It is apt. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoban know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen too much of it. How trying for you. Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. It wasn't her real name. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an English woman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Didn't exist? But how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. This proves it. The 4 names. Kazuma Asugi, John Wilson, A. Shin, and Tobias Gregson. 3 are dead. Why is Gregson being targeted? He's such a, like, genuine guy. Like, he just does his job, and he does it, you know. It's very weird. And it was a government message. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. Front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. the only thing we can be sure of. It's weird because it would make you think that she's a government spy from Her Majesty's government, from Her Majesty's government. But it would have been like then why was she fucking targeted? Why would you target your own spy? So, no, it just doesn't make sense. She targeted one of the targets. She killed Dr. Wilson. And yet she was on the chopping block herself. I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed, while all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A Shin. Who on earth was she? Is it actually Sheen, or is it Shin? Like, is she even British? Why is her name so weird? Oh wait, did her first name go? Yeah. Yeah, just A Sheen. After my friend Rai's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. Many Memo, I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Many Memo. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship. And now they'll never. Nobody in Japan, not even the Japanese government. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time, but later I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. There's no way. No way, dude. There is no fucking way. No way. There is absolutely no way. I mean, the face isn't the jawline isn't completely dissimilar, right? I mean, I would look up the profile image of Kazuma, but just in case I'm right, I'm not going to, because I don't want to, like, I don't want to feel too sure about this. If it is right. Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. We saw the dude dead. Sholmes examined his body. No. He could totally have just been knocked out. Given how he was hit. Right? It wasn't a stab wound. Didn't he, like, I don't know what part of him hit the bedpost. But he could totally have just been put, like, in a coma. What? Kazuma's body vanished. Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't in there. Did Professor Mikutaba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Bum 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 bum. We are right into it, aren't we? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Burya were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Oh, he didn't write the message in blood. Okay. When we examined the scene, the body wasn't there, it was tape. But this photo was taken by Mr. Sholmes. 100% this photo was taken by Mr. Sholmes. I remember him, like, bragging about it and everything. And it looks like... It does genuinely look like rigor mortis. Because he was gripping the cat's thing? Something broke, right? That was to do with the cat? Collar? No. I don't remember what. And I remember I had the qualm at the end of the case that the ballerina, what the fuck was her name? I've forgotten. But the ballerina, like, she could have easily have gotten it. There was no reason for her to leave it there. It was all a little bit weird in the way that... I just don't know. Could it be... no. Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah! When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? There's no fucking way he was part of the cover-up. And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. Ah, you're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, It would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. But there's no reason he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. Right? The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about, after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me all about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Susato. I expected nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call would be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for rebuilding the elaborate machine that was to be used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes, he must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Iris Wilson. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. No comment. Do you know? I honestly thought I might never have the opportunity to return to Great Britain. And certainly not so soon. It's funny, the past 6 months, I haven't been able to work in court. Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm in the Supreme Court of Judicature back in Japan. Please, Mr. Naruhodo, I may have been dressed as a man, but it was a very reserved performance. So what your father said in his letter about a Ryutaro takedown is reserved? Well, anyway, I'm back here in this great capital now, and ready to assist you again in any way I can. Thank you, Miss Susato. It's my pleasure, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, our lovely little office. What wonderful memories I have from this place. Nothing particularly of note. I swear it lit up. Okay, fine. I finally managed to remember this behemoth's name. The Great Analytiscope. I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? Oh, is that right? Yes, because it was with the pawnbroker. Ah, of course. Oh, that's given me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. The office would be tidy at last. Don't even joke about it, Miss Usato. You are joking, aren't you? Is that the Earl of Beaconsfield? No, that's not the Earl of Beaconsfield. Mr. Benjamin Disraeli, no shot. As they say, 120 years in the future. There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Sholmes' brilliance. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. It looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, that's the epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. Stradivarius, my dear fellow. Nothing particular of note. Fuck you. No. Yes. 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 This is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin. The one he found being sold at a song at a pawnbrokery. What was it called again? Show thee something? Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo. Stragivor. Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. Ah yes, Mr. Sholmes' curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries he's solved. It's one of my favorite parts of this room, full of items with such exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's added to it. Added to it since I last looked. Now there's a mysterious Prince Ness? A mysterious little box, a mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit. I think that one might just, like that last one, might just be one of Iris's unfinished snacks. Right, next scene. Oh wait, no, not next scene. What am I talking about? I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanket table is so comforting. Do be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You'll suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. My eye is always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her important papers? It is, so you'd think that they'd treat it with more care, really. But only the other day I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Oh no! I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oh dear, that is a painful tale. Iris's pretty little tea set is set out beautifully as ever, look. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of the tea set that you can make good tea. That's a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you do overthink things at times. That's Iris's wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Just look at all the little bottles she squeezed onto the shelves. Yes, and there are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles too. But the labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one here reads deadly poison. Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with her experiments, you know. Just try to avoid any bottles labeled deadly poison or highly explosive. If I've remembered correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. To think that every single one of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes blossomed from this very machine. Ah, it's such a dreamy thought. I actually had to go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do it again. Ugh, now I've made Susato sound angry as well. This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up, look. Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say. What? The little figures can speak? All your questions would be answered if you would only read this month's Rants magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this. That was it. That was the last blackboard thing. I wonder why there isn't going to be some in future chapters. Oh my god, what the hell? Who the hell are you? Is this like the... What's she wearing? That looks like a prosecutor's badge. Is this the new prosecutor? Is this game's new prosecutor? No shot. Right? Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Ah. Yes. Yes. Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
Oh. You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment?
Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond.
Aren't you a politician?
Lord Van Zykes is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Lord Van Zykes is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation of the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time.
It's scrap metal now, is it? That? So she's... Okay, I figured out who this is. Who this is. She's part of law enforcement because she's wearing a badge that looks similar to the prosecutor's badge. And she's part of the medical field because she's got the double coil snake. So, what law enforcement role is also a doctor? Law enforcement doctor. I mean, you can't really call an ambulance or like a first aid. No. It's nothing trivial as that. Look at her. She's very posh and prim and proper. There you go. Maybe she's like a forensic expert. Forensic science expert. New female voice. New British female voice. She's white as a sheet. I don't want to give her anything too piquant. I want like a... She's quite sharp though. Until later then, Lord Strongheart. No, too soft. That but more fierce. Until later then, Lord Strongheart. There you go. That's it. Until later then, Lord Strongheart.
Yes, thank you.
I only have one line. It seems that many characters only have one line when they're introduced. Wasn't it the same with another character? Where, like, their way of, like, Shutokumi's way of introducing the character is, here's the person, they say one line, they leave. Who was that?
None of your business. That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner.
Oh. Okay.
That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team handling... She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact.
Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman.
Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Ah, right.
Now, what were you here to see me about?
Didn't your pocket watch used to be gold?
I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. You couldn't read all these books even if you were reincarnated 6 times over as a bookworm. Lord Strongheart really have read all of these. Thinking about it, Father's study is full of books that look as though they've never been read, too. Oh, really? Peddlers of books are forever pushing their wares on him, you see? And I think he's just too kind-hearted to refuse them. There's a phrase for that in Britain. People would say they saw him coming. It makes me wonder if perhaps the vast number of books on the shelves in here. are a sign of Lord Strongheart's overwhelming kind-heartedness. I am not sure you could afford to have a kind heart if you had to keep Lord Van Zykes in line, could you? These very European suits of armor something. Are still glaring at each other across the carpet, I see. In a way, I feel like guardians of the Lord Chief Justice's office. They feel like guardians of the Lord Chief Justice's office. I suppose they're rather like the lion dogs that guard the shrines in Japan, aren't they? Aren't they a bit too human to be called lion dogs? Did you know that it's a dream of mine to keep 2 cats one day? I feel as though we've gone off on a bit of a tangent, don't you? As ever, the enormous clock is diligently maintaining its rhythmical tick-tock today. Watching machinery at work can be quite mesmerizing, can't it? Can't it? Ironically, you can completely forget the time. Good one. What I particularly enjoy is watching the enormous wheels of a steam locomotive turning. When I was a little girl, grandmother often used to take me to watch the railway engines, you know. It's an open fire for me. I could sit and watch the flames for hours. Mr. Naruhodo, we could install one in the office. An enormous wheel, turned by an enormous steam engine. Perhaps we could start with a simple fireplace? Just sitting behind that desk must make you feel so important, don't you think? Would you like to have an office like this, Mr. Naruhodo? With such a grand desk? Who, me? No, I don't think so. Oh? Well, imagine if you suddenly found yourself needing a toilet. You'd have so far to go. How true. Perhaps the important people who work in ostentatious offices like this haven't considered such things. I'm going to take that as a compliment.
Ah. We're going to raise the taxes on something.
By the way, Lord Strongheart, about this.
The symbol of a defense lawyer in the Japanese judiciary.
Oh, I didn't expect you'd know that.
Well, we never accept foreign students before researching the legal systems of their own home countries. But such trinkets are merely for show. The only true measure of your worth is your performance in court.
I really hope Lord Strongheart isn't evil, because I just think, like, he's too evil he's too, like, easy to have him be evil, right? Like, okay, you can make him, like, a wily, like, scheming politician, sure, who, like, will do anything to get the role of Attorney General after the next reshuffle, but no, I feel like, it's so easy to have him be evil, though. I wonder if we'll get to meet the Prime Minister in this game. Wouldn't that be fun? Yes, right. Could I show you this, Lord Strongheart?
I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence.
Oh.
Especially when the evidence in question is so dull.
Ah, so that's the real reason. Wait, he actually uses his left hand. Oh, my left hand is a bit too... It's not in the mood to click. Sometimes I can click with it, but... is much easier. Bum, 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 These are all dull pieces of... Oh, this one isn't so dull, which is actually true, to be fair.
Another to fall foul of the Reaper's curse.
No, that's not his voice.
Another to fall foul of the Reaper's curse.
What?
Odie Asman. The ink was barely dry on the man's acquittal papers. He just emerged from a trial in which he was being prosecuted at the hand of Lord Van Zykes.
Do you think the verdict was wrong?
The law is final. Verdicts are final. However, as long as mere mortals are the ones making the decisions, there is always room for error. The influence of large criminal organizations is sometimes felt even in our highest courtrooms.
That would be the dark and the devilish side to London, I suppose. Boring evidence. This one is also pretty boring. Not worth looking at. On to the next one. This one is boring as well. He does not give a shit about it. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zykes, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right?
You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
What? Why?
When his brother, Clint Van Zykes, was murdered, it was just after young Baroque had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumours quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say wherever Baroque Van Zykes went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word! So Lord Van Zykes isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother?
Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
Aloof? Is that really the right word? Isn't he, like, quite sharp? No? Maybe, like, the information of his weirdness. No. I'm trying to think what aloof actually means. I don't know. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before?
The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago?
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. I suppose the Commons are already in favour of it. We do have a majority in the House of Commons, you know. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly.
What do you mean?
For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell.
To be honest, is Lord Strongheart going to be evil? He literally despises criminals, like... He even despises the rich criminals that buy their way out of shit. But that doesn't mean he isn't a bit hypocritical, right? He could just be like... In fact, it would be very normal for him to, behind the scenes, you know, strike a deal where necessary, right? It's not the job of a leader to have a consistent, understandable ruling policy, after all. It's their job to keep the key supporters happy.
I intend to see to it personally. I've spoken with the Prime Minister. By creating the finest police force in the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future.
Look at those eyes. He means every word.
Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the Forensics Division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotova...
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand. He will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotova, I mean.
It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotova very well.
It's got to be all linked. Hound of the Baskervilles incident, Lord Strongheart, fucking Clint Van Zyke's even. Everything's got to be linked.
If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
How old was he then? It was the year I was born, so yeah, 16 years ago, in fact. Yeah, that was quite normal then, for Mum to be left with the kid. She is one of his keys to power. Oh yeah, his age. Minus 15, that takes him to 38. Okay. And Dr. Mikotaba would have been, I don't know.
Mikotaba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly.
But then there was some issue, right?
Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way.
I didn't think that you were.
Dr. Mikotaba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens.
Then, Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? No comment. I said I'm not going to keep secrets anymore, but... Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart.
Go ahead.
It's about Professor Hairbrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible.
Are you well versed in science, then?
Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently.
Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. In preparation for the symposium, you understand.
Oh my! No wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but... there is no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. You should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. And Madame Tuspels isn't here either. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry? The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally a Susato smash. Right. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. A Susato slam? Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly, and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. It's a ladder. Ah, there's a stepladder there, look. Oh, yes, a stepladder. I think perhaps we should let the proprietress know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? Yay! That's a new one. I guess Shutakumi is tired of having the same dialogue over and over again. That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. I had understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet you do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? Ah yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. It's as if whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? Stream is alright. The sign says it's the Madame Tuspel special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money? As if you haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, what a horrifying scene! A murder caught in the grisly act. I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in doubt about that, surely. And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse, peddling criminal wares. Aha! We have a new theory. Oh my god. The math shouldn't be too complicated. It's only 1900 after all. General relativity wasn't a thing. What's the significant? I can't think of many. Why? Oh my god, I should learn the history of maths for Bernard Riemann, and complex analysis was sort of a thing or not? I can't remember. I don't know. So he's doing some classical mechanics. He's got all M in M. S of M is T. I wonder if Capcom actually bothered to make this actual math. It doesn't look like it, to be honest. What's he doing? Oh my! The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. There has to be like a reference or a hidden secret in here somewhere. Oh, Mrs. Mr. Naruhodo, and who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter closs. Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell? The curl of the vector field B, isn't that like an A&M thing? Sure, if the xvy is the vector v, and this symbol v here is actually the length of v, then yeah, sure. Oh, we've got a congruence mod n. Something to the pi n is congruent. Isn't this what do you call it? Chinese remainder theorem or something like that? Right? No. I suppose the phi is supposed to be the... I should know this theorem, but I didn't take number theory this year because it's too annoying. Just casually writing the definition of e to the x as a series, no big deal. Because, you know, every mathematician needs to do that on every single piece of work. Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually, this is my autobiography. Your autobiography? How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. How I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm gonna have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. It's gonna be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth, an odd upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asman and by that aloof engineer, Drebber. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? I fucking pressed the button, what the hell? What the hell? It is such a minor gripe I have, but Okay, all of this is going to be the same. Except the new evidence. Oh wait, now this might be new because he knows that... Professor Headbean, what do you make of this? Oh yes! That's just what I need to prove my hypothesis, isn't it? No. It's nothing to do with your hypothesis, actually. Then take it away. I don't want to be bothered with anything that doesn't assist my science. Alright, keep your abundant hair on. Professor Headbean, what do you mean? Oh, fuck. How could this have happened? You must feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too. I know what happened. It must have been that. That? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of Frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now. It's a divine retribution for my wrongdoing, that's what this is. A scientist. He has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. Have you heard of Dr. Scythe? I guess not. Professor, do you recognize this? Oh, it's Andrew, my faithful friend. How have you been? Are you alright? Nobody's mistreated you, have they? Don't worry, he's being very well looked after. I always rub him with machine oil until he's gleaming. Right. And then, when I come to tighten a screw with him, he slips in my hand and I can't do it. It's that old age problem faced by driver files the world over, isn't it? I wouldn't really know, I'm afraid. Okay, let's get you out of the way. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Assman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There really was no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realised something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barrow did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Barrow wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barak, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barok insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He is an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the whole kind-hearted soul idea? Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looks over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, he was so emphatic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. Scientists have no social skills and can't tell when they're being lied to. What a surprise. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. The scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their big burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try and earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. That's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to meet me in my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist. Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was he was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring where he constructed my great machine. Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Drebber's place of work, then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance we'll find Drebber there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But it's in Germany. Oh, what? But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. It is in France, then. The indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formulae and use that instead. What do you think, Mr. Sato? Owe the machine for your next birthday. I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you'd even know, even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example. The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato. I'm sure he would have never... Aha! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look. What? Let me see that. Oh, etiquette to the wind. Why don't you? Oh, because he was probably doing the... Yeah. Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No. Oh well. I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Professor Hairbrain, what do you make of this? So he has two like little symbols and a stain. Is dark smudge here? I think perhaps it's machine oil. Is this? Oh my god. That's going to be the dumbest piece of evidence ever. It's in France because of French oil. Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right. But more importantly, it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me for a moment. It just smells like oil. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Oh why? I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. So do we meet Scythe, or do we go to the stage? I think Scythe last. I'm gonna take a quick break, I think. This is a long stream. I've been going 1 hour 50 so far.
I remembered the microphone this time. Yo. Oh, Susato's gonna be surprised by Gina.
I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my vein down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do really wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh. There you are. Oh. Isn't it? They're all been making. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. Since last we met? This was all the ceremony. We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. Might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina.
Gina as a cop is the funniest shit.
She seems to be busy playing with the puppy, probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now. Amazing, isn't it?
She's a good kid, actually. I was in the right place anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely.
What do you mean?
I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London.
Oh no! Really?
I've got to go up to fucking Birmingham, can you believe it?
That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along.
Oh, only in Aberdeen. Not too far. Not likely. But you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is.
To France?
I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley.
But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there?
That's the way the adult world works, sunshine. Don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted.
The target is on this dude's back, and I have no idea why.
I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what would become of her?
I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't you go blabbing, you hear me?
No, of course not.
I've got to keep that diamond diva safe and sound until all this is over, at least.
Oi, did you just call me a blooming diving diva again?
So you heard that, did ya? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put 'em to my capable detective diva here.
Alright, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now. I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Isn't he great? Toby's his name. I'm trying to get a screenshot of it. No. But fuck, damn it. Idiot. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. The stage up there is where the experiment is set up. It's very high, isn't it? About 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters, if you prefer. Craning your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it? Oh, ow, my back. Ow. I have no idea what just happened in my back. Like a nerve just sent a false alarm. Yes, we need to get up there and look around properly. Although, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt. Oh dear, I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruto. Oh look! Oh look! A flying balloon! I've never seen one in the flesh before. I can't understand how they can fly, and so high up as well. Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruto. You must be able to see for miles and miles. I do think of it. It terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out. I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded. I'm sure there are other ways to fly. What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed into the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise.
Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time bird cages will rain down on you all.
Your faith is much stronger than I realized.
Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for my university? It wasn't by studying alone.
Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes.
You've really been looking forward to the Great Exhibition, haven't you, Mr. Sato?
Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck.
But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower.
I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned.
Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident.
Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch. I'm a bad person. Badge. What? That did something? Imagine missing dialogue for a dumb reason like that. Imagine missing dialogue for a dumb reason like that. Oh my god. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate. Wait, that was a bug. That was a bug. That wasn't intentional. I think you're meant to read that first dialogue. Reading that first dialogue hits a trigger that changes the presenting the band dialogue, and then it's supposed to unlock the new dialogue. It's meant to be like that, but it's a bug. I bet, because like there was nothing in the dialogue that said that like anything about unlocking new dialogue. Like, you know, it just doesn't make sense, right? Like reading the dialogue. Yeah. Like, what does this have to do with I'm now going to talk about it? We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
I'm going to be playing with my new friend here.
Ah, yes, Toby.
Oh.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume.
I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Soz. Oh. It's like I told Otto yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you were thinking of? I've had to think about it far too many times. Fills a whole line of dialogue. That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something... The Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Hey, you what? You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back snivelling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly? Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, are ya? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. It were great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about you know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about that I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Otto's made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. He's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him gutache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. Bum, 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 bum. There are a bunch of reporters at the trial today, eh? One of them got a sketch of me in the witness stand. Oh, really? Yeah, I look pretty good, right? And that testimony of mine was spot on. I'm not sure that spot on is quite the right description. And look, it was in the special edition and all. I bought a copy. Oh, that's a lovely picture of you, Gina. Photos aren't allowed in the Old Bailey, that's why you had to take a drawing. They aren't allowed in much even today. But I thought you couldn't read. What do you take me for? I'm cramming every day. Ah, I see. I started at A, and I've already got them all the way to E. It could be a long journey for you. Wouldn't it be really cool if there was a scene where Gregson saved Gina's life? That would be so fucking awesome. Gina, have a look at this photograph. It's amazing looking down on everything from up there. I love high places, me. Really? If I'm honest, I can't stand looking down at the ground when I'm high up. I always have to look up. Shame. I wanted to show you what it's like. But there ain't no point now. Why not? If all you're gonna do is look up at the sky, I ain't gonna be able to look down on you. With you, sorry. I mean, I don't look down on you or nothing. If you don't want to do it, it's your choice. I didn't think I'd ever go up in a balloon, to be honest. Not in my whole life. But now I'm starting to think I might like to. Let's take a look at... Oh, where did it go? Where did you find that little map then, Gina? Oi, don't be so flaming rude, Otto. Slight overreaction, don't you think? He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's... How do they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have such a wonderful sense of smell, after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Ah, that's nothing compared to this little fella, Otto. Oh, really? According to what the boss said, once Toby has got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by a rather wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Otto, there's going to be more than dogs doing their bit for the police in future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way round. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby here is Britain's first police dog. I found him down in the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street.
There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere.
Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck. Hey, he's really funny looking. Got 2 eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry, who?
You know, that scowling reaper that what's always glogging down glasses of that blood-red plonk. Ah, Lord Van Zykes. He's always had it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes.
She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both.
Oh, I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that.
Glad we've put that one to bed.
Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer, but there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck.
There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all.
These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. Oh my! So this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had actually taken place.
Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went to in order to obtain the research grant.
No, the professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You'd never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh look, is that...
What am I doing at the crime scene? I never go to the crime scene because I always just leave it to the bloody detectives, because who can be asked to move when you can just sit in your office and prepare your trial like you're supposed to?
Lord Van Zykes?
So, I think we're I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Usato?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We'd do well to keep our distance, I think.
But we have permission to be here from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will.
Van Zykes, you are a meme. I hear that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples. I think the romance would be slightly spoilt by the abject terror, personally. But then, I'm not a Londoner. Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo? No, it's not that I'm scared. Not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer. Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany me on it, in that case. When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Oh dear, it is complicated for you, isn't it? This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the bird cage. According to what Professor Harebrain said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. Which is very odd. What a wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work. But sadly not with the body inside it. No, that's right. There is blood on the strap. There is... I can't tell. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still, this is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. There's no blood on it. 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 Wrecked. Ah, look here, Miss Susato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose it's because it fell from such a height. Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Very odd that this one is also damaged, when it obviously can't be the same one. Look. There's no blood anywhere on it. And here there is clearly blood on it. Left strap. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the bird cage was right in the middle of it all, just here. Oh. See these hinges? It's just gonna go poof. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? Why didn't we notice this yesterday? If the door had opened up at the precise moment the explosion occurred, who was in the fucking birdcage? Can't have been Drubber, can't have been the victim, can't have been Harebrain. It's a mystery fourth person, the body door. birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Oh, isn't it exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world. It does make you feel like a bit of an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention, personally. It is very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings, with their wood and paper construction, have excellent ventilation. And I've realised that British buildings, being made from brick and stone, are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. Oh yes, I do agree with you there. But I can't help wondering what an onion does for a roof does to the building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. You really oughtn't to let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those tamari handballs floating in the sky. You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here. Feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting never to set foot in one are fighting it out inside me. But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage. I don't think I'd notice. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruhodo. It really would be much safer that way. Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing? That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say something like that. Fine. Least approachable man in the world, winner. 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you. He's gonna jump out his skin, eh? That'll be really... Nah, he's not. Lord Van Dykes. What? Well... Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them.
So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited.
Ah, well, the thing is, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me.
Good one. Ah.
Never mind. State your business then.
Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Sykes about. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
Surely that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So, I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but, we'd very much appreciate for any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susate-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns.
Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. What?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph?
What is it about Lord Van Sykes? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. He does think I'm competent, after all. He trusts that I might be of help. I have no idea what voice I'm gonna give this to. He was involved in a case from 10 years ago. It's gonna be hard to do this guy a good voice, I think. You almost want to give him like a a slightly airy voice because of the way his cheeks are.
Again, what the hell do you want this time?
So, Clint,
Yeah.
was the name of your older brother, I understand? Lord Van Zykes?
You Nipponese, I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, right, it is a bit like that.
My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zykes family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
The professor, you mean? Is something funny?
That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
There's more to it than that, then. Sorry? There's more to it, then?
Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
Ugh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next?
So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zykes, there is a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork, by any chance? What does she have to do with it?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month, I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn.
Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place. Whoa! We're gonna have a moment in one case where a witness thinks they see someone, like, say, Lord Van Zykes, but it turns out it's the fucking statue. That's gonna happen in, like, case 4 or 5. Holy shit, that's gonna be so cool. Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork? Which... Wait, you mean...
Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
I was unaware of that.
He's turned as white as a sheet. Oh! We get a closer look at the guy again. It totally could be. Like, the chin. It's so hard to say it can't be. It's actually very hard to say it isn't. Just the shape of his... It just does look like him. Is there any other hint? It is. It's got to be. Why else would he not be allowed to speak if his voice is that familiar to me?
Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you.
I think she thinks it's... I think she might have an inkling. Are you all right? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zykes' apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. And I can see it too now, finally. Lord Van Zykes, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why?
Kazuma-sama! Yeah. Kazuma? Kazuma? I don't believe it! Your posture, your presence, it can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? Now, this what the fuck? What the fuck? No, they're revealing it this early. This early? It's case 3. Holy fuck. I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? But wait! Too late.
What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something.
Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
But he didn't tell you why, did he?
The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia? Holy fuck. If we actually get to face him, that would be insane.
Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side.
What?
He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us.
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. It really is. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Yesterday, in fact. At Lord Van Zykes' office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama is really still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that.
You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems?
Foreign affairs problems. Foreign office problem.
Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Susato. Of course. What the fuck? Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around it, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with me new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. Oh! Apparently we can't look around on the stage now because the forensic investigation team are at work. Can't you do anything, Gina? In your capacity as Inspector Lestrade? Look, I'd like to help you out. I'm just a trainee, ain't I? I ain't nothing I can do. When it suits you, yes. She mentioned this photo. No dialogue. Bam 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 bam. Crazy that Sholmes is going to be the the final boss of this investigation. Skulls, weird organs and shit. Vials filled with stuff. I believe this is it. Dr. Side's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes in here too. Strongheart is going to be behind the whole Reaper affair. That's what I'm thinking. Strongheart's going to be responsible for the unusual deaths. Indirectly. But maybe one of them will be direct, and that's how he'll become evil. And, you know, he'll justify it as like, well, look, since this has been a thing, the crime rate has dropped significantly. You know. Sort of the ends justify the means sort of thing. It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we might as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Susato. You could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? True. But the mallet is fine, the knives are fine, they're just knives. And the pliers and stuff are fine. But together it's a bit... It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing that large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Ah, Father had jars like this in his laboratory as well. I expect there are human organs in preserving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Miss Susato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh, So, as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they? Of course. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ugh, that's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. What if I'm thinking that somebody's the killer, right? Dude, holy shit, that's next level thinking. I don't know if it's going to be Drebber or not. Because this whole ordeal was going to ruin the funding, right? If his little scam had went successfully, that's what he wanted. He wanted the funding. But yeah, I don't think Drebber is the killer. I don't think he is. The body double can't be the killer. I don't think. I mean they could feasibly, but like, yeah. In fact, that would make sense because they would know that it's a trick. Scythe could be because I mean, the fact that that bird cage had no blood on it, in my eyes, is really weird. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. And also, like, this photo is such a bad angle. They don't, like, it is like there's something trying to be hidden. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk. Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with the one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. You're telling me there was nothing here? Okay. Thank you for the hint, Susato, by telling me that I'm missing something. Oh, the skeleton. Well, look at this! What a magnificent display case! The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers are really very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Miss Susato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. What happens with the tiling and the, I don't know, a rug? You don't want a rug under your chair, that's naff. Well, it doesn't have wheels though. But maybe. It doesn't matter. Still seems a bit stupid. Actually, maybe not. I don't know. Oh, shit. There's still more? Masked man. Oh! 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 Okay, maybe the voice I thought for him is very wrong. I have 2 spells. Oh man. Winking in the profile is so weird, man. It's so weird. You're telling me there's something else in here I'm yet to examine? Is that really what you're telling me? Oh, I'm gonna read her notes and then she's gonna come in like, what the fuck are you doing? Look at this big thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record for the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? Where do you keep losing them? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too. It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500? What the hell are you even gonna do with 500 scalpels? So weird. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all them for? Yeah. What are you doing? Ah! Oh, I think she is going to be a killer. She's plausibly a killer enough, and yet she is slightly non-suspicious because she's working with the government. Her theme has got a bit of similarity with Strongheart. I don't know what to make of her theme. Dun, dun, dun. Elegant but intimidating. Sorry, we, had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around? Well, that's acceptable to you people from the Far East, is it? Well, what do you want? Well, what do you want? It's gonna be like a sharp... Lord Strongheart told us, you see? That it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. This will definitely have different dialogue now. Look at this big thick book here. Oh. Okay. Dr. Sive, would you be good enough to take a look at this? Oh, you think I'm good enough, do you? No, I didn't mean... So I'm not good enough? In that case, why would you show me anything? Ugh, clearly you're too good for me to show you anything again, ever. Oh fuck, I just did this one. Stupid. I meant to do the photo. I don't know, just on the off chance. Because everyone seems to have something to say about the photo. Maybe about Drebber? Maybe about this? No. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asmon, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion. No. And the Mr. Asmon who appeared moments later, partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. Oh, the body double was supposed to be... This is... If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see if two people who looked very similar to each other were involved. They could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. How can you possibly fucking know that? The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognised as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid, as a matter of course. Oh my! Oh my! But that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions.
Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. I do not believe Dr. Scythe for a second. Oh, what the fuck?
Mama, what is this? What is this?
Ah, where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama?
This is a lawyer, dear. Oh.
Hello? To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Yunosuke Naruho.
Mama? Yes, yes. Can I cut this one up?
What?
I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring.
Monka W? I think I just had a near-death experience.
Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse.
Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor?
Keeping a close eye on things, so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office.
Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Wrecked?
Yes, you.
Shit comeback. She doesn't mince her words, Miss Susato.
I think perhaps it's time we left.
Mr. Sholmes, yeah. We need Mr. Sholmes. We need to ask him about Kazuma. Wait. If she is not a killer, I'm gonna be so fucking surprised. Like, look at her. She's a scheming, nasty sounding killer. We'd better not try going up those stairs to the stage area now. If we were to bump into the forensic investigation team, it sounds like it could make trouble.
this, Gina. Didn't I try this before? Yeah, still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if that ain't so much bleeding trouble. Ah, actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? There's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say? Let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing.
No. We didn't mean that you should smell it, that you should smell it.
Oh, right. You mean Toby?
True! His sense of smell is so good that he can track people over the oceans, can't he?
Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop.
I think he's picked up a scent.
So you mean, if he follows this scent of this oil, Toby could lead us straight to that dodgy cove's workshop? That's right, that's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that.
Well, wait, when did you... It's a pickpocket.
If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Paul Gregson.
Right then, Otto. Leave it to me.
Sorry?
We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer. We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time.
I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina.
Oh, right. Oh, well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss.
Or Paul Gregson again.
Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop.
Ah yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, you would think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point. We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit.
Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual adventure. I've got to do the to spell voice again. Madame to spell. Here we go again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course. Susato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Eee! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh, yes. Hello again. It's Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. No. I gave him a French R. Oh, yes. Hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean? But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. This is such a weird, like... I just imagine Shugakumi sitting there writing like, what am I gonna do with Sholmes in this game? You know what, let's have him be a waxwork. His habitual duties. Alors, do not disturb, eh? Madame Two Spells. What a fucking meme character. Poor Susato-san. She looks very perplexed. Wait, this isn't even Two Spells' theme. She has two themes. What the fuck? Fine. We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say a hello again. But where is he? Right behind you. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh! What do you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. The world-famous great detective and waxwork, Aleks Sholmes.
Susato-san! Susato-san! My most humble apologies. I thought I'd died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point.
As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Money is tight, my dear madam. Merely a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume?
Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today, for that matter.
That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So, how did you manage to solve it so quickly?
Well, I do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh, yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned.
That's amazing.
I just paid the ransom out of my own pocket. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit has always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps. The ransom demanded was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean it was a waxwork, and that was the waxwork that they used as a body double? Whoa. Your negotiating was entirely unnecessary.
A fact I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspel's at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all.
Poor Iris.
Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork?
That's actually fucking crazy. That Chasm is alive.
Yes, a fearsome adversary.
What? What? You mean you fought him?
I once infiltrated his criminal organization in order to investigate the man and his activities. But he saw through my disguise instantly. I still remember what the man said to me now.
What was it?
Whoever saw such a tall old lady?
Old lady?
Indeed, but my special disguise hasn't seen the light of day again since that humiliation. Mrs. Minisil. Mrs. Minisil is retired. Minicle. Mrs. Minicle is retired.
Mrs. Minicle? I would give my right arm to see that. Blum, blum. Blum, blum. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down.
Oh,
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
a swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man.
He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas?
I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help.
Yes, Drebber's appearance.
Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it.
Oh, we haven't got the thing anymore, we've only got his photo. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek.
Well, an Englishman. All Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So, looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive.
Are you all right, Mr. Sholmes?
Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed.
What's wrong? What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. No swoop? Really? Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us?
My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed, and wherein lies the problem?
We met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Asogi.
You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Jones, that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo?
I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes.
I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that.
Please, Mr. Sholmes.
Tomorrow in court, you'll find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me?
Oh, well, what is it?
As I explained to you when I arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains.
Oh, yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it?
Would you like to see it? Premier, 5 shillings. That's a special, one-time only price, you understand?
What?
The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone?
The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it.
Are you Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes?
Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness.
I can never tell with you, that's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure.
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Through those heavy curtains at last. What? What? Oh. 5 shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem like right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Yeah, true. Special exhibit. What? Oh. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Miss Usato, I say we turn our heels and go straight home. I have a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely, we've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said that the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied that there'd be a clue about the engineering here, didn't he? But where? He has the wrong hair colour. Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings' worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? Similar music. This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure that the model has had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then, perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. Broken glass, broken glass, broken glass, and quite a big piece. Big piece, big piece. 2. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than a normal window glazing, I would say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area. What? Such as in a big building, for example. Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too. You don't mean? Exactly. The Crystal Tower, the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork's jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? Early in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Oh, the gravestone. It doesn't matter if they're here in Britain or in Japan, graveyards are scary. Now I come to think of it, this is the first time I've seen a British grave. According to what I've read, the custom in Britain is to bury the dead as they are, without cremation. What? But if you do that, you might accidentally bury people while they're still alive. Not sure that would be worse than accidentally incinerating people while they're still alive. I think we can both agree that it's best not to be still alive when our time comes then. And what am I to say to that? That this part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too, look. Perhaps we should investigate a little more detail. A little more detail. Do everything but look at his face. What a large shovel! He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Mr. Sato? Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel! No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. Yeah, don't look at his face. Yet. He does have the white tie. Curious. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin print? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. Oh. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Da 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 da. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't you worry. Ah! What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. Oh, no, sorry. I don't believe it. A black monocle. Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Drebber. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Yeah, what's with the color of the hair? Is it just because he's old? How old is this dude? He's only 35.
Indeed it is.
Mr. Sholmes!
This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe.
Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head?
The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it.
What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it?
Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head. To the suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations.
Ah. Do you know, though, something about this room is strange? Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Miss Susato.
Oh.
Indeed they are, Miss Usato. Do go on.
And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever have really happened, could it?
I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies.
Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful.
After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand? Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted.
A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity...
As you surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty. He was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh.
The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life.
Came back to life?
He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events.
There was a witness?
But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat.
Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen. So this is waxwork. This is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber.
10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old.
That doesn't line up. "10 years ago, 25 years old." Okay, close enough, I guess. It's so horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight.
Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white.
For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who came back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to?
The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into a complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder.
Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had.
In time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing it?
Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact.
What do you mean by no resurrection?
Police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No. But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society, and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think?
Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have came back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe that the incident was an out-and-out lie. Ah! What the bleeding law order? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said that this is where you'd be, so... Gina, not so loud in the museum.
Madame Tuspells will have you take a position as waxwork if you're not careful.
I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... All right, Gina, we understand, but please put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy cove's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yep. Toby took me straight there. Toby's nose took me straight there. Boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag. So come on. Here's the address. I've got the boss to write it down. Because I can't write. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. All right then. See you there.
Oh. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still.
What?
I know my place. In the exhibit over there.
Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming.
Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would let me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more.
Forget that. I'll pay for everything.
Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once.
You offer to share the costs from Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Miss Susato. Right, let's go. Oh. This looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Indeed. afraid it would appear so. They're only a prototype, naturally.
Oh, so you got here then? Gina, well done for finding this place. In such little time, you've really worked miracles. Is Toby here is a miracle worker?
Oh, I thought you lot would show up before long.
Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Oh, sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here.
Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate.
According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to the clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to, say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? You'd be making the...
Thank you.
Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Bill Van Dykes and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak.
Them again.
I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer times.
Right.
So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. You may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model.
Right then, let's see what we can find in here. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government. Well, those two don't seem to be holding him back.
It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow.
No loose change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Miss Susato. It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Where are we going to find the bolt?
Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds.
In other words...
Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. And it all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam.
What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, Well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky. While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. So to you, the solution is ever taller towers.
Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say?
An impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. And no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away.
It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor.
Ah,
Would you like a massage?
no, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea but such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there is much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course.
He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it.
There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands up until he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's giving it to you.
His moustache is like...
No one's giving it to you.
Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there is no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Oh, that actually scared me. Right. Oh. Something wrong, Miss Susato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it, you know. What do you reckon, Toby?
Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard.
He has a back exit, obviously. Yeah, he has a back exit. Oh my, someone is in there.
Oh, this rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were counterless, I could lock that door in less than a minute. Boy, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. There, you may enter at will.
Confused minutes with seconds, I think.
Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There is a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Prepare for action, my dear fellow.
Yes. Where did he run? We've got footprints on the ceiling. We've got posters taken down. We've got something behind a wardrobe, potentially. An upside-down bed. What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Yeah, that's actually it. It's upside down. Rats! There ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away. But there is only one door into this room.
And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high.
What's that up there? They footprints on the ceiling?
Blimey, what have we here then? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what?
To that Professor Headbray's blarmy machine, is it? Blimey! We had these, there'd be no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There is something of great interest here, too. This rope is lying on the floor at the foot of the pillar.
A rope? What's the significance about that? What's significant about that? Oh, he used the rope to get out.
Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo.
We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something?
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this?
Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large... Ah! Miss Usato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
What did you say?
A time bomb? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly?
Aye. You are truly one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo.
I won't take that as a compliment. Huh. You don't know nothing, do you, Otto? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina?
I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. This particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance.
Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it?
I see. So that's it.
Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter?
There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. For I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Usato.
Here we go. I feel the great deduction coming.
Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first, that is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself.
Oh, but how could you...
And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine.
Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything.
It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Oh.
Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea, anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato.
Oh, yes. I'd be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that...
Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of Earth. The gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness!
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I, too, was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact.
But then why does it have a clock on it?
A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream, and I once had when I fell out of bed. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is.
Ah.
By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on his way.
But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Jones. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. The man was cornered, with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
The rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity, fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes's great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me.
I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life.
The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean.
I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis.
But your whole deduction hinges on it.
But my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy.
Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mr. Sato lent me once.
Objection!
Objection? Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Objection. The spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape the way you describe, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled.
That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we need to give Mr. Sholmes the little usual helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. We must do it quickly, before Enoch Drebber gets too far away.
If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Holmes's Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. Compared to the table and the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that...
Indeed, the key here is gravity.
Well done for putting this scene together and putting so much effort into it, Capcom.
It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the pull of the Earth. The gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness!
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in all this affair.
I think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. The man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. You must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Miss Susato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. All the furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly. Yes, it does immediately put you in the mind of some strange quirk of gravity, I admit. Ah, could it be that a mini whirlwind passed through here, do you think? I'm not sure that's much more plausible than Mr. Sholmes' explanation. Oh dear, saying the first thing that comes into your head isn't the way forward here, it seems. What here breaks the laws of Sholmesian gravity theory? Ah, look, Miss Susato. And everything seems to be upside down in here. This safe is conspicuously the right way up. Have you noticed? Yes, that's true. It is like bolted to the ground though. But look more closely at the safe's feet. Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there. I certainly didn't say that. But that's all there is. Oh. Well, well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that. I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment. The flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me. Take that! The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps.
No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes, trust me.
As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in this room is upside down. this unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor.
And it's the exception that breaks the rule.
In short, as much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all.
My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now, what we know is this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility.
You don't say.
Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here.
Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that?
Quite, and naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device.
He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned over all this furniture. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. We've already established that gravity wasn't actually reversed in here, haven't we? In other words, this isn't actually an anti-gravity device at all. Which makes me very curious to know what sort of device it is. But I think for now it's clear we're looking for an answer elsewhere. That's a coal-burning heater, I think, isn't it? Yes, it is, but it's not just for heating, you know. You can grill on it, bake in it, boil and steam things with it. It serves all sorts of purposes. It seems like having your cake and eating it too. Not unlike a heated kotatsu table with a nabe hotspot, a mikan orange, a cat, and an elderly relative. Oh, you mean it? Oh, you mean it seems too much? I suppose it perhaps does. Do you realize only some of those things on your list are edible, don't you? Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair. Oh yes, safe. 432582. Safe? As in safe and secure? As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly more likely. Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room. So, yes. So you mean this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though.
Take that!
Take that! Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination.
Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not?
Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case.
That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information.
Just keeping the ticket safe would be the more sensible approach, I think.
And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo?
When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in, and had to turn my room upside down to find it.
That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart, and always forget where they've noted things down.
Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped a ticket into, so...
Thank you, Mr. Naruto. But I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room.
Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one.
Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up on the ceiling? Ugh.
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight.
Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Ooh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. It looks like these are the only windows in the room. In other words, if you wanted to escape without using the door, these skylights would be the only way. Yes, that's true, but even so. And right next to the only escape route, we notice some telltale footprints. Nevertheless, as we've said many times now, gravity can't explain how they got there. But powerful springs in the soles of the man's shoes could. Have you been having strange dreams as well, like Mr. Sholmes? This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. A green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me? Oh, he was testing. He was testing his scam. If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too. Look. Oh yes, surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look. Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up here. Thrown up there and became large, do you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid. I'm actually not sure. The reason for the footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe.
Take that!
Take that! The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe.
And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon.
But for what purpose?
Green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar, Data.
Ah, it was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say?
If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there is a strong possibility that something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway.
But the balloon's out of reach.
Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe.
Ah,
Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with a shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights.
oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there were some way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than the rope?
Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. All right, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground. Which is much easier said than done, I feel. It could take us a very long time as well. True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? I mean, it's this, right? Because this is not it. I mean, this would probably be easier, but...
Take that!
Take that! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact, and in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber.
If the man had only brought it away with him that day, could have avoided losing a shoe at a critical time like this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Bam.
Ah! What the... That proves that he stole the waxwork. A waxwork?
Indeed it is, a waxwork head inside a metal mask. Mask. Indeed it is, a waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened. with a strong and quite impenetrable lock.
So we can't see the face inside, that means? Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model. Does that mean? Oh goodness!
I see you've joined the dots, Miss Susato. Excellent.
Ah, of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you've largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was missing.
Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspels will now have to settle for her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous Professor.
Yes. But why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the Professor from Madame Tuspels and returning it sans tête earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber.
This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction are... they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop.
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber is hiding in the safe?
And as it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights, obviously the man must still be here in the room.
What?
And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction.
Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo,
will you do the honors?
Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... Dun, 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 dun. I want to examine him just for Personally, I still think he might have escaped via one of those skylights. But you heard what Mr. Sholmes said. The man must still be here in the room. I'm afraid your opinion might put you at loggerheads with the great detective. Miss Susato, sometimes a man must stand up for what he believes in and fight. Oh, well, in that case, I'll leave you to it. I bet that has some funny dialogue, actually. This looks to be a cupboard for cups and saucers and the like. Ah, an ingenious hiding place. Oh, is it? Well, when you say cupboard, you automatically think of cups and saucers, don't you? The clever engineer knows that, so he knows you'd never look for him in there, because he's not crockery. Though sadly, it does seem to be full of only crockery. If you need to hide, there's no better place than a wardrobe. I firmly stand by that. Ah, yes, you had some experience of that yourself a year ago, didn't you? We'll find him in there, mark my words. He'll be curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. In fact, my own hand is trembling just thinking about making the discovery. Never mind, Mr. Naruhodo. He could be hiding somewhere else, you know. Look at all that mess in front of the safe. Yes, plans and accounting ledgers. Almost as someone was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact. Take that! Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here.
Which tells us the engineer was still in the building at that point in time.
He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe.
And pressed for time, he made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process, from which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
Yay. That was a good one. That was really fun.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you?
By opening the safe, you mean?
What else?
Let's see. The combination was 1 4 3 2 5 8 2. I knew that. Alright then, here goes. You found me. Da, 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 da. What was that Egyptian bit? Beep, 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 beep. I know why people love his theme now. I saw his name like on themes and stuff. I know why everyone loves his theme now.
Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume.
Correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with all that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tuspel's as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Ah! Ha ha ha! I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then. No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was way too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already.
Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us kills?
Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Oh, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. This guy is not the killer. I'm sorry, he's too cool not to be the killer. He's just too weird, like, imagine if this dude was the killer, it just wouldn't work. You know what? I might leave it here, actually. It is 2 AM. Oh man. Okay, I'll do like the first talk or something. It might surprise you to learn that I'm actually a lawyer from the Empire of Japan. I detest lawyers. They wield so-called special powers in an attempt to grind down our freedoms. Yes, let me be quite clear. I detest lawyers very much. Any chance 2 negatives make a positive? What on earth happened in here? You've found me, haven't you? There's no need to screw me down any further. Everything's in here is precisely what it seems. Everything in here is precisely what it seems.
Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Trevor.
What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling?
Ah, that would have been me.
Oh.
For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today.
No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I've written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe.
Burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters.
And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe. Having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Oh, I get his little motif now. Plus minus. Like a minus and a plus.
Got a death wish, have ya? I was in right beside a ticking time bomb.
Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it.
So in fact, the safe was the only safe place.
Precisely. But once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted on the handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. That is the dumbest design feature I've ever seen. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans.
Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up?
No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? This guy, man. Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works.
Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth?
I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents that you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Hairbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment, the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the Professor. The lad in a mask with a lock so strong I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection, after all. That's enough. Fine, I'll finish it. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate her.
Oh, yes, well...
Dr. Scythe again, so the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well that this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once.
My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe?
Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe?
If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell.
Get out.
But of course, we'll show ourselves to the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today.
But Mr. Sholmes...
Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands.
I said get out, now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson.
Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed.
Inspector.
Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Trevor?
Oh, so sorry. I didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Aye? What are you... That one? You mean... Oh... It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Wow. I don't think Drebber's the killer. It would be too simple. I think Scythe is the killer. Just because... I just think Scythe is the killer. I just have a feeling. Well, that's it. That was amazing. That was a fantastic investigation. Let's save. Oh, I already saved, so I can... Oh. Come back to title it. Let's save. Oh. Let's save. Wow. That was fantastic. Let's listen to his theme one more time. So no. And on that note, oh man, how long? That was a 5-hour stream. A 5-hour stream. 5-hour stream. Hell yes, the cheeky 5-hour stream comes through. Alright, that's it for the day.